Yeah, you're very welcome to episode 7 of my Mars Total Beginners playthrough tutorial thingy. It's funny how I always have to consider space-time before I start recording such a video. I mean, do I have enough hard disk space and how late is it? So what we're looking at here is my boobs. And this might seem like some kind of weird close-up, but I think what we're looking at is my eyes and the eyebrows. I just switched to third-person mode, so yeah, it shows that it's still early access. And what's happening here? Well, I am in bed. Here's my bed. Now we're standing up. Can I turn this on? Oh yes, I can. Slept with my tablet. Yeah, so I was sitting in bed and reading some material. And now let's dress up again. So in between videos I did some building, not much really. But since we had the shower here, it kind of belonged. Here is the wall light battery, which even runs when there's no cable, because it's battery buffered. Sadly, there's still a bug in there, which I don't know if the developers have realized yet. If I cut the cable here, the battery will not discharge. So we have infinite light here, currently. But don't use it, you know that's wrong. If I cut the last cable, then it will discharge. So that's a nice night-like situation, I think. Nice night light. So let's get to work then. Here's the shower, I already showed that. Here is the water purifier, I also showed that in the previous video. And I stuff in some charcoal here and run it and turn it off and take the charcoal out and run it again. It will keep running as if the charcoal is still in there, but that's not a bug. I figure that since after a while, 10-20 minutes, depending on what water you have in there, it will then suddenly flash an error. I assume that the problem of rounding errors, you know, where you have like 6 charcoal in here and the thing would now use 0.01 charcoal of that, and then you turn it off, and then you, of course you have either 0.6, you have either 6 or 5 charcoal in here, probably 5, so that you can cheat to infinity. They solved that, I guess, by just taking a whole charcoal and then kind of storing that inside the machine, and then it works with that until it takes the next bit. I assume that's how it works. Would make the most sense also. Yeah, so what's this then? Well, I have my, my pollution... Oh, there's water still in the air? Okay. I have my pollution cleaning pipe here, which works like by sucking in air and pumping it out here, but with a back pressure regulator, so there's always enough pressure in here. And here it goes to a pipe out here, insulated, because you don't want the cold or hot heat of the planet, through passive liquid drains, which have been slapped onto the pipes. And since pollutant liquefies, and N2O also, when it is pressured enough, at like room temperature or 0 degrees or higher, well, that will then be excreted. So, and now here we have that thing, which is a turbine. You can just go to the electroprinter and make the turbine generator, which can be done with the basic electronics printer, so you can actually do that at the beginning of your playthrough to create some electricity. And if you remember my Mars ex nihilo playthrough, where I started with an exploding lander, basically, there was a hole in the ground, and there was a cave down there, and there was gas streaming out of it, and I believe that is because somehow the cave was seen as some kind of room by the simulation, and so day-night temperature shift would constantly create some air movement into the cave, or eventually then out of the cave, and back and forth is, I think, what would happen. And we should actually try to use that. Is that thing still turning? Yeah, it is, actually. Very slightly. I wonder why, actually. Is there some pumping going on? Some air movement of some sort? Yeah. No, probably not. I don't know what's happening. But when I'm running my thingy here, then that indeed moves the air in the room. and then begins to create some electricity here. So if I would slap this thing onto such a cave, or if I'd create an artificial such cave, some rooms out there which are open, piped through a pipe basically, which goes into this thing or through multiple of these, then the air movement should create electricity. Just by the planet breathing, basically. I mean, it's already doing that by means of sunlight, and what this thing produces is laughable in comparison. But it's interesting, it's fun, and we're in here for the fun and for the engineering, so I think that's something to be considered, this thing. Another thing I want to do, hopefully in this video, is to have a gas pipe in here with a crusher, which allows me to put some, which puts some fuel gas into that pipe. And then I will ignite that pipe with... do I have that on me? Yes, I do. The pipe igniter, which you slap onto a pipe, and then you can ignite what's in the pipe. So that I could use that for heating. But what I want to do now is first let's try to make some use of the telescope, which we have to point decidedly at the sun or at another celestial body, but you don't, if I have understood correctly, you don't get the locations or orientation of the other celestial bodies without some interesting cotangents and tangents, math and such. And also you need to get the data, and for that you need a rocket. You need to have a rocket out there in space so that you can see the location of the other bodies. That's what I understood. But we can at least do that with the sun. So maybe I can turn this thing towards the sun automatically. I don't know. Let's try that. Oh, what's this? Said whether it's open. Yeah, okay. Ah, that closes it. Yeah. So, now we need the daylight sensor here. And we need a way to get those values in there, so I should get a chip and housing. The laptop I have. By the way, since we used that thing a bit, has the battery been discharged? No. So, there's a bug. Battery is not discharging. I also went mining again. Of course. So, we have stocked up. I want to also do hydrocarbon, for which I have a furnace here. I have a different idea for this now. I will just use a crusher and a gas pipe so that we have pure volatiles, and then I will heat that with a pipe heater instead of using a furnace for heating, which might then end up leading to a better outcome. I don't know. No solar? Oh. Oh, come on. Guess I have to make solar first. Annoying. Didn't prepare for that. So how much lead do we have? Let's make a lot of solar. Should we make some electrum while we're at it? Yeah, that was the last bit. Electrum. I don't have too much gold. And silver, please. What? Did I toss the resources? Well, we're off to a good start. There it is. Must have dropped that.
Power low.
Yep, that worked. So, off to making solder, which is iron and lead. F1 for Stationpedia, iron, no, solder. You just type that in, you see the ingot, then you see what furnaces you can use, what pressure you need, what temperature, and what mixture. It's not hard. Of course, it's hard for a complete beginner who maybe just came from, I don't know, some simple scavenging game, or most other games are simple in comparison to this one, but be glad that there's something more complex. It's really worth throwing your mind at this thing. It's not like you will just be working and there will be no reward. I mean, look at this reward. All of this I built by hand, and all of it is purposeful and meaningful, and everything is real. You don't have that in other games. Okay, so what do we need for solder? I think it's 550 at the most, but I think the pressure has to be higher. 1 megapascal, yeah, or higher, and 550 as the temperature at the most, so that's gonna be tricky. We need more pressure. Maybe I can just toss in some superfluous gas that I don't need, and flip this, and then we're done. Is that solder? Thank you very much. Good night. Hilarious. I would have needed electrum anyway. Just make more, whatever. Oh, that's what happened. I think electrum is well placed in the electronics printer. So electricity is out there, we have a computer to program that thing. Yeah. And then I will try to turn the telescope towards the sun. This might fail horribly. Maybe, I don't know, I have no experience with this. And before we go out there, let's also produce the weather station. Or where's that done? Yep. Because I'd really like to know before a storm is coming, when I go out there mining or building something like this, because then I'd know it's futile, it's annoying. Let's not even start. So what am I doing here? For those who don't know, this is the chip housing, where I can then place the chip and run whatever program is on the chip. Currently there's nothing there, you can see 0 bytes. If I turn this on, the program will be run. No problem here, there's not an error being flashed here because there's no program there. And so, well, that's not wrong. What I want to do is I want to read this daylight sensor and use these values to orient the telescope towards the sun. I want to make sure that I only read this particular daylight sensor, because if you have a different daylight sensor placed somewhere else, its orientation might be different and then you have different values. I don't want to like mix values or something. I will superfluously also give this this thing a name. So the storm doesn't interfere and blow my laptop away. I just pause the simulation. Then I will define the daylight sensor so I can access it. Was that the name? Yep. An endless loop. Then I want to load the horizontal value of the sun orientation. Or the vertical? No, well, first load the vertical, because that is usually correct. The horizontal I probably have to rotate. Load into whatever register I desire from that device. Yes, load batch net, correct. Vertical. And now I want to write into the telescope. Celestial hash. Oh, you can read that. Reorient this correctly and then you can read which celestial body you're looking at. I don't know what alignment error means. I mean, maybe it just says 0 or 1 when you're not pointing at anything. Distance, orbit period, inclination, eccentricity, distance. Anomaly? Interesting. An angular parameter that defines the position of a body moving along a Keplerian orbit is the angle between the direction of the period. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. It's a bit beyond my pay grade, I must admit. So, vertical, horizontal. It's now flashing an error because it's being set to run, but there's nothing to run. There's no chip. So then let's write to the telescope, which I haven't yet defined. Is that correct? Oh, structure, ground, base, telescope. I hope it's really just telescope and not something else, because then I'm fucked. So we are writing into this device, the vertical angle shall be this. Export the script into the chip or the program. Now it's being run. Turn on telescope. Ah, it's turning upwards. That might be the correct angle even. Now let's do the same with the horizontal and then see what happens. Right. Would actually be more appropriate to... Oh, it's turning the wrong direction maybe? I mean, I don't think it will turn around entirely and then end up there. I guess I have to rotate my value. Maybe it would be more appropriate to put a computer out here. It would feel more realistic. Which would also allow me to just control and write the program as needed. It's not necessary. I'm basically role-playing this moment. Weather station. And computer. Also, we need an IC programming motherboard. What do I need for the weather station? Oh, interesting. After 7 days on any world with an atmosphere, the inscrutable forces of nature will swing into action, hitting unwary stationeers with blizzards, dust storms, and volcanic events. Constructed with that and plastic sheets. I'm pretty sure I have some plastic sheets left. I don't? Oh, that's funny. Then let's make some. Thankfully, the computers are not damaged even when they're standing out there in the storm. Likewise, chips are not damaged when they're in an atmosphere which has like 600 degrees Celsius, not a problem. That's a bit unrealistic, and it appears as Rocketworks agree. I heard months ago that they plan on adding different chips which have different source code capacity and or need to be protected, or all of them need to be protected. You have to have the right atmosphere, stuff like that, making things even more tricky. Well, time will tell whether that's a good idea. I'm just glad that they keep developing this glorious example of what can be achieved. It appears to be pointing opposite. Well, guess what? We add 180 and then we're done. Nothing is being observed. Moving to orientation. Man, I wish they would introduce some smooth mouse, you know, where I can move the mouse and it will go instead of whatever my hand happens to be doing. Minecraft had this for the longest time. It's F7 or F8, I don't know, one of the F keys. And I've used it. Ah, look at that! So, here we see some facts. Observing soul. Alignment error. Yeah, because it has to skip in 1 degree steps. Distance. 1.4 astronomic units. Yeah, that might be correct. Because the further out you go, the larger the distances of the planets become in our solar system, which is probably natural and normal. And 1 astronomic unit is the distance that Earth has from the Sun. But between Earth and the Sun are 2 more planets, Mercury and then Venus, and then comes Earth. So we are the 3rd planet, and the 4th planet is Mars. So why is it like 1 planet too far out? Because the distances grow. Is there more information that we can gain from the telescope? I wonder if the eccentricity is not being displayed because they want to keep this tooltip minimal, or because it doesn't make sense because the Sun is the central body. Good question. We can find out though by reading the value and writing it to the housing. Not a number. So the eccentricity cannot be read. I wonder how we're still observing Sol. Ah, yeah, okay. I'm no longer wondering it. So alignment error might suggest that I'm trying to set it to an orientation that it cannot attain. No, I see it. That's not the case. So what is that? I think that is maybe like when you're trying to point your radio antenna at a trader in this, out there, and then you can see that the progress bar is filling, but only very slowly, because you are not really oriented correctly. So maybe if it kind of feels that you're pointing it at something, then it will tell you you're doing that. But, oh, interesting. At what are we pointing this now? Could be Mercury. We might accidentally be spotting a different body. I don't think so, but maybe that's what's technically possible. Man, this is beautiful. So much for this for now. Now let's move on to the weather station. Where will I place it? On the roof? Would make sense. Do we have power? Yes. Is this logically connected to the rest of the station? Yes. So I could actually do some programming there. Will I regret this decision? Probably not. I don't have enough cables. No, doesn't matter which way I slice it, this won't work. Dude, well, I have to make cables anyway. Should I keep making cables? I have enough copper. Not too much, but enough. Wait, did I use up all the cables accidentally? Let's just keep making them. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of cool, because then I can just turn them black instantly. Because I see a red cable and I want it painted black. Aha, this would be yellow if a storm would be incoming and you get, I think, just one full day of warning. Oh, look at that. What? Orbit view, huh? Yeah, I guess we accidentally would have seen Mercury, almost, maybe.
Power critical.
No. That's F1, F2, F3 for you. F1, 2, F3. So, I would like to see that there's a storm coming before it happens. So let's teach our station to express that somehow. What a disaster. I mean, next time I go over there and think, dude, I need to make some cables, this is annoying and whatever. Why not just look up there and see there are cables? And I can also see how many I would have to produce to be free from having to do so. Looking good. Yeah, this works. Kit speaker. No more copper! Near where I would leave the station, there shall be this flashy thingy telling me do not. Useless. Don't do it. Should I maybe use a different color? Let's try orange. Oh, what a change. And a speaker also. Requires support. Aha, I can place that on the wall here. Here we can adjust which sound is to be played and the volume at which it is played. And there's a bug in there, of course, like there are so many bugs in this game still, where when I adjust the volume manually, this kind of clashes with what I program volume-wise, or I set the volume programmatically and it doesn't actually stick, something like that. I'm pretty sure there was such a thing. So we have this one. Light, power and arc furnace. Well, there's still some room left here, but I don't feel like using that because it would get cramped and then I have to clean it up again. I already have an extra chip down here which hasn't yet been used, and let's color code that thing now that we have chosen orange.
Oxygen low.
Why is the oxygen? Oh, my life support is down. Hilarious! Yeah, it's time that I install an advanced furnace and make the advanced alloys and such, so we can get a hard suit which has a chip inside, which can automatically blah blah blah. But it's time for so many things for which I don't have time, so let's not do them, instead do other things. It's not a competition. What? Excuse me? No. What's happening? How is there already source code on there? I don't know. But it's just not supposed to be there. It's a copy of the climate code. Though the climate code has been grown to 84 and there's some primitive version of it. Let's just forget about it. Oh, also 84. Well, apparently it's still live, so... Structure flashing light. And the weather station. How many weather stations will I have? Structure weather station. What logic values do we have? We have the power, mode, error, activate, lock, next weather event time. Well, that sounds ominous. Next weather event time then. Zero. This might mean that I correctly did this, but there's just no storm coming, and so there is no information about that. And when the storm is coming, then there might be like a 23 for hours, or might be minutes until then, or I don't know what value we will have here. Therefore, let's just make sure that I get to here when there would be a storm coming, so that I can deal with the source code when the time is right. Just checking if everything's working as intended. Yep, okay. So let's find out. Write into register R0. If R0 is not equal to 0, then R0 will be 1. So let's just write to the light. So that thing will turn on as soon as there's a storm warning. Aha, it turned off now. And the speaker, I think, is a special beast, because if you just tell it, play this and this sound, and you tell it to do that continually, that will not be nice. What was that like? Speaker. So here we have some sounds that it can play. So it has 45 different sounds. You know what? Let's make that thing play all of them. Sound alert. I would assume this triggers the playback. Is there an explanation of the mode value? Oh yeah, yes, of course. Mode is which one. Here we decide which one. And what possible volumes do we have? 10 or something? Value range, is that written here? Atmosphere volume, sure, that's what happened. So what values are suggested here? Oh, that's the sound choice. Let's set the volume of the speaker. %. Okay. Message received. Interesting. I'm not doing anything. Why is this happening? I mean, it's of course related to my programming, but sound alert. Plays a sound alert on the device's speaker. It doesn't? Interesting. Yeah, maybe I should consider that 0 means none. So let's start with value 1. As in, let's stay with value 1. See the 45 is allowed. Seriously. That was nice.
Danger, danger, danger. Warning, warning,
Too bad.
warning.
It's not telling the number.
Alert, alert, alert. Storm, incoming.
Oh,
Intruder alert. Depressurizing. Pressurizing.
let's speed that up.
Airlock cycling. Power low. System failure. Welcome. Enjoy your stay. Malfunction detected. Halt. Who goes there? Fire. 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 1. 2.
Okay, that's interesting.
3.
Yeah, they failed to add 0 and 10 and 9.
4.
Because then you could just read some values
5.
off of some displays to you and you don't have to
Floor.
go there and look yourself. That would have been cool.
Rocket launching. Liftoff. Trader vessel incoming. Trader vessel landed. Warning, pressure high. Warning, pressure low. Warning, temperature high. Warning, temperature low. Warning, pollutants detected. Warning, high CO2 levels detected.
So we want to go here, storm incoming 18. Let's see what that would be like.
Hydration critical.
Danger, danger, danger. Warning, 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 storm incoming.
Aha, I placed it only one time now. Though I would like it to keep playing that while the storm is incoming, because else we'll just miss the message. So, how can we do that? Let's see. This will probably not help since we're already doing that. Well, the device itself is not being reset, maybe the chip, but not the device. So, let's say this then, off.
Storm, it's storm, it's storm, it's storm.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
storm.
trick.
It storm. It storm. Storm.
So let's do this less elegantly. Let's just say branch not equal to 0, R0, do stuff. Or maybe so the light will be off and the speaker will be off. And here the light will be on, and then we have to do that speaker stuff. We set the volume, we set the storm sound, we turn the thing on, or we sleep 3 seconds maybe, or 2, turn it off, and the rest should be already in there. Except, I want to simulate that now, so let's see what happens.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Alright, that's proper.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Okay, that's the storm warning. I want more biomass for charcoal. Okay, what's on the agenda? We have used the telescope, quasi, weather station installed, not yet active, I can't accelerate the storm really. Then the hydrocarbon brick maker thing, or should we first try to heat the room? I think since we're in here right now, let's work indoors and... Or no, there's no storm warning right now. Would make more sense to make use of the time. Okay, so we have an ice crusher. No metal sheets, the iron sheets, they are needed. I need this to set its target temperature to something lower. I don't want to waste tons of time with electricity to heat them up to 15 degrees or something, which will then go into a pipe, which I then need to heat up with a pipe heater. I will print 4 of them because they're not very powerful, and then we can gradually increase it and see what happens. They stack, nice. pipes we will need. We will need a pipe cowl. We will need a valve to allow the furnace to relieve its pressure. And we need electricity, energy. Where do we put this whole stuff? I kinda want to fill up that room with oxygen, pure oxygen atmosphere. Okay, let's do the first thing. But write it down for later. Because I want to hear the clack-clack of the things moving around towards the sun. Currently you hear nothing. Correctly. So this generates electricity that goes in here, so I have my source of all of this here. Here we have, it spreads out here. Could put this out here, but it seems kind of arbitrary to just throw it at this thing. I think I want to build it here, so we need some electricity here. Oh, see, I didn't even see that. I would have just laid the cable and yeah, everything's fine. No, it's not. And then suddenly, I don't know, the batteries would have exploded or shown an error or something. Not good. I want to build it here. I am pig-headed. Maybe already set loose the creation of more cables. $7 grams of gold. 14 cables. That's not much. Oh, come on, I can't reach beneath this. Yeah, okay. Or they still can't do it. Nope, I have to actually open this. Okay. I mean, really, considering the complexity of what we can do with this interface, the user interface of Stationeers is actually marvelously easy to use. I mean, in which game can you do things as complex as these? Ah. I think I want to put another transformer there. What? No. No. Dildos? No! Oh, I realized I forgot something, but it doesn't matter. I mean, below these where I have the cables, I opened the boxes themselves, but I don't think that's a loss. If we ever need to go there again, I mean, it makes sense even from an engineering perspective to leave that open. So let's ignore that. There's now a source for electricity. Over here, I want to build the furnace that is supposed to do the thing. Where is the furnace? The thing it's supposed to do, create hydrocarbon bricks. That would be the output. Next to it I could still place a stacker without having to put more boxes here right now. To the right we would have then the crusher. Or should I put the crusher right here? Output needs pressure relief. I have one pipe. I brought one fucking pipe. I shouldn't leave this thing running. That would not be good. Where could I put the heater example that I want to do? How would I get the volatiles? No, that would be a gas mixture. So I would just use a canister holder and stuff my welder bottle in there, which I still have. There's almost nothing in this still at this point. Need to make a little box room or some other source to create the welder gas. Could also use filtration so that the welder gas is fuel. I mean, is pure. Ultimately, I would have to have a fuel production station. Could also have two separate tanks, one for volatiles, one for oxygen. That seems most reasonable. In case I ever need oxygen, could make a large plant out there with 5,000 liter. With actually, wait, there are larger tanks. The big one, insulated or not, 50,000 liters, and then I could slowly fill it with planet atmosphere with a filtration unit. Then I get like infinite oxygen. Then again, if that is so easy to get that oxygen, why should I have such a large tank with it there? I can just have a buffer and automatically refill the buffer. That makes more sense. Pipe heaters, would I need them? Yes. Should have placed that a bit in a different location. Oh, I need more pipes. Where's the on switch? I think I see it. It's on the right side. Yep. Power connection. Damn, that was my chance to do it with one click. For a change. Now the crusher. And the pipes. And more cables. And the crusher might produce stuff that is undesired, liquids that I just want to vent into the atmosphere. Probably not. Is there a pipe called for liquids? No, there's not. Why not? Maybe I should have brought some volatiles already.
Power low. Waste tank caution.
Beep. Problem. Yeah, this will once again be a nicely compressed assembly, as in, if I need to expand it, I'm gonna be fucked. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Of course, learning. Why should I do such a thing? So, where's my crusher? Gas output is at the top. Oh! Are you telling me? That's funny. Promising. Okay. Why didn't it work? Logic writer. Ah, damn. Well, I'll put it on this side then. Funny, now the logic is not even connected to the power. Hey, wait. Oh. Okay, it doesn't matter, it's really irrelevant. Okay, that would then write to the crusher, but what would it write? And for that we need the logic, the memory chip. Every choice is wrong, so let's make one. Reminds me of when I get home after work, eating something and trying to choose which film to watch. Okay, what value do I want to set? Ironically, 0. I think we really just want to set 0. Alright, and now I have to configure the thing here, which I placed gloriously stupidly, as per usual, and So we're going to target the ice crusher. The value that we want to target is the setting, which is the temperature of the thing. That it targets. As input we choose the logic memory. Now if I would use the thing that I haven't yet manufactured but will just now, which is the thingy thing, then we can just look at the device and see what the setting is, and then will be. Or do I already have this? I don't think so. Nope. What was it again? Let's do this one while we're at it. Yeah, that's the one. Configuration. Body, no damage. Organs, none found. Well, that's reassuring. I have no organs to speak of. What if I print an organ pipe? Will that help? Wait, that was wrong. Here we see the objective number that this thing has as an item in the world. Every item, even if it's the same type, has a different number. These are unrelated to the two numbers we have so far been using in the source code, where we were using the number of the type and then a number representing the name that we have given. This is the objective number. You can also use this in the source code and just directly write that. Like when I say SDB setting, you can also say S173598 or whatever setting. Or instead of the decimal number, you can also write dollar and then this number. It's the hexadecimal representation of the same number. And one day I have to also deal with, let's write that down, reagents. Because this little number here is not the whole package. This is some piece of information, and but you can delve deeper into that. There's more buried in there. It's not just this number. And then you can see, for example, is there iron in there or something else. I have so far not yet pulled off to have an automatic refilling of these things ridiculously, and I tried that in a Vulcan playthrough video for 2 hours, stumbling and mumbling my way through it, and not my best hour. But whatever. What does ratio mean? Anyway, the setting is 288.15, and I realized that setting to 0 will not be all that productive. Because 0 Kelvin, I don't know what this does actually. I mean, it doesn't have cooling built in, I'm pretty sure. So what will that do? Setting 1. Even though it's being set to 0, but its setting is now 1. So if I stuff some volatiles in there, which I've forgotten of course, what happens? Is that all? Is that all the volatiles I have? What? Really? Oh, come on. Probably have some more here, but not many. Oh! On we go. Let's put some volatiles in there. Aha, it's already done, so setting that to 0 Kelvin is actually productive in the sense that it will instantly do its thing. So in the furnace now we see the volatiles heating up slowly, possibly because out there here it's not very cold. 2 megapascals, which is actually more than we need, but it's cold. So what happens if we turn one of these thingies here? Is that the effect that it has? I mean, that's kind of irritating. Yeah, I think it's heating up accordingly, yep. So we can tell it's heating up very slowly. We could use more pipe heaters, then I should actually use a thicker cable, because what does the configuration say? Required power 10? I don't think so. 10? The pipe heater uses 10? Watts. That thing needs 10 watts? That cannot be correct, man. Can't be correct. Man, I need a cable analyzer. Brightest day, yet you still need a flashlight. This is bad. So we're using currently 60 watts? That is all these motherfuckers use? What? Kilowatt? I had no clue. This cannot be real, man. I mean, look at these things, how they express themselves. That should have been 1000 watts. So temperature 15 degrees. What temperature are we trying to achieve? More, I would presume. So the hotter it gets, the more it is convecting away, or rather this is because the temperature out here is dropping both. The greater the differential, and so the more is being shedded. And the temperature we're trying to achieve is 950 Kelvin, which is 600, like 700 degrees Celsius, roughly. It appears that it would take a while. At least we don't need many volatiles, because we already have the 1 megapascal pressure that we need, and when it gets hotter, this will be more than more than this megapascals. The pressure will increase. Well, if it takes 10 watts, which I find completely ridiculous, then I would slap more of these on there somehow. Just splice that pipe a few times and add more of these thingies. Is that a viable way to heat that up? Let's try. I will make 8 more. Wait, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make 8 more, yes. Incidentally, that's correct. that won't be enough gold. Damn. This should decrease the pressure since we have now more volume. How much volume does the furnace have anyway? 1,000 liters and here we have 160 liters. Oh, the temperature is increasing as fuck. Why is it only 15 degrees in here? No, that's wrong. It's of course, I guess, because the pressure in here is lower and yeah, the pressure here should be. Yeah, the input has a. It's a one-way thing. It's a one-way direction. But still, the gases are kind of touching each other. So why is that not doing anything? Furnace is a fickle beast. But why is it not offering a different rotation? Why is it suggesting this rotation? Is there anything that makes it, I don't know, useful? Can it directly draw power by being connected from to the other? I would not say so. Yeah, that would have been rather surprising. What? I was so sure I turned them right. God damn it. Mankind, you will pay for this. I fucking hallucinating? I saw the switch at the bottom when I was rotating that here. So I think we can all agree the switch shows up at the bottom. And the flash is not, the power is not on this side. Oh, and it works. So after these several hours of shit, has something happened? $2,000 degrees. With 10 watts? I think thermodynamics are complaining right now. This is not happening! This is not fucking happening! This is ridiculous. But okay, we will put up with that also. Aha, is the orientation still correct? Yep. Some light in the darkness. Hey, what was that? I wonder why they were blinking. I mean, I understand the concept of a brownout, but if they take 10 watts, how is it? What's happening there? Why can I still not click these? Oh, so. Do I have to dig a hole to turn them on? You're shitting me. This is just... This is a joke. What's happening here is a joke. You know what? Let's leave it like this. the temperature increasing or is it not increasing? My feeling is that by the temperature increasing, it sometimes gets in touch with the furnace, which is rather cold, gets some thermal energy in here, and then, well, then things cool off again. Or what's happening? I mean, look at this temperature, 2000, or can they not exceed that temperature? Or maybe they use a lot more electricity when they're heating stuff up, but this is the max heat that they can muster. Or maybe we're experiencing brownouts here the whole time without it expressing, other than the temperature not changing. No, that can't be, because there would still be 5000 watts electricity going into this. So maybe it's somehow the maximum that they can do? Although I can't believe that. I don't know what's happening here. This doesn't seem real to me. That seems like this is wrong. But let's see what happens if you just add some more volatiles. We're having brownouts here. And we would have cable burst if that thing would allow more than 5000. So that's what's going on. These things don't draw 10 watts of power. They draw more. Base power usage, 10 watts. So that's the least power they would use. But depending on what they are trying to actually do, they use more. That's why it's not getting hotter. We have to unleash the electricity. Okay, let's do that then. Should I still make this its own network though? Could just draw directly from here, which is then directly from the batteries. It's a bit fugly to do it like that. Not sure. Should I use an APC? Yeah, I should have a switch here to be able to turn that off. Could also use a large transformer. Would then be an opportunity for us to see that thing. So I will opt to do that. Yep. The next annoying thing, it's as if reality had stacked up all the things that would come together in annoying fashion, just here and just now. Is that cable down there? Yep, there's a cable down there. Of course. Oh, it's accessible? Excuse me for expecting that which is statistically true. So, I mean, I can say this, Stationeers is definitely super kick-ass awesome, no questions, and those who doubt it, please explain yourselves. But a game in which, I mean, this is not a 1.0, it's 1/3 of where the game will go eventually, I guess. I don't know. A game in which you constantly, even during the day, have to use the flashlight to properly see what you're doing is badly designed. That is true. And that is the end of my case, because I don't have to say anything more, and the judge will say, yes, you made your case and you're right, or whatever. Transformer large. One silver, one cobalt, 5 ferns, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aha, okay. Well, I already have 3 pills here. Oh, I might not have enough cables to make this happen. Shit. No, I definitely don't have enough cables. I know, I have some up there, but let's print some reserves anyway. 50. Pretty sure now I have 1 cable too few. Filters will always be used up from left to right, so if I add a new one I should do that on the right. Doesn't matter really, but I don't want one filter at 38 and one at 76 if they're of the same type. Guess I have to place it a bit further away. Or not. I think I only need one side connected, but I don't want to think no more.
Hydration critical.
$12,000 are going to this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 12. Makes sense. 12,000 watts. So our batteries are currently being used quite a lot. So what is this doing for us? Temperature is increasing, pressure also, logically. Safe. It seems like that's not really worth all the effort, right? Though having coal in reserve and in a small space, instead of, 10 slots in the locker, I only need 1 slot. That seems something at least, I want to achieve that. Wonder how high this goes. And what is the electricity doing? I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, this is now actually doing some damage to our battery content, not to the batteries. Should I put up some more solar panels for when the day cometh? This is hot enough, but this isn't. Would be good if I had a switch here for all these guys. I could add area power controller, which would of course have to be in an awkward place. Sure. So that it can feed these. Whoa, 1,000 degrees. Oh, 12,000 watts. Yeah, I want to be able to turn those off with 1 switch instead of 12, so have to do it. Only thing I can think of is the area power controller or a transformer, but second transformer wouldn't make sense there. Oh, good. And a buffer battery, I think, would not make sense.
Sinfera on Soma FM.
Yes, Eliza. We had this temperature earlier. It's not increasing. What's the power draw? Ah, okay, so it goes up to a maximum and then it says, yeah, it's good enough. Fuck you. So that kind of achieved already what I wanted to do with that APC right now. And the temperature in here is not increasing. I mean, what the shit? I mean, it's clear why. Because there is a pressure in here, 5 megapascals, in here too, and so the pressure is equalized. I think though there should be some thermal energy transfer here. That's wrong, man. How is that pressure descending here at the same speed when the temperature here is not increasing noticeably? How does that fucking happen? That is a hole in the atmospherics of Stationeers, no doubt. Because look at the thermal energy going into that. And this guy's like, yeah, no, I don't know, maybe later or whatever. Not the right approach. Well, I think I should separate the two and keep this thing evacuated until I need it. And when I say evacuated, of course, I need to consider that when I open it to the atmosphere like I just did, 3 megapascals, that there will be some stuff in there that is not to be in there if I want a pure mixture for making these hydrocarbons. So I need a pump up here. Man, this is complicated. There's probably simpler ways to do this since I'm basically doing my first steps of research. So here comes the valve, then here comes the pipe, yeah. I don't need that many pipe heaters. Want to be able to turn them all off though, so how do I do that then? Other than with this. If ever I need to test the batteries or how fast my station can recharge itself during the day, this is the way to go. Oh, good thing. I mean, I still need that fucking pump, but the pump will effectively also be a valve, so I don't need a valve in addition. Man, everything has been awkwardly placed here. I really pulled it off. Everything is awkward. Myself included. Reminds me that I tried such a thing earlier today, because I had the same problem. And since then this pump has been running. So is that guy empty or not? It is. Well, and this chamber first has to bleed into this pipe before the pump can say, take whatever's in the pipe and remove it. But the advanced furnace has the pumps built in right into the chamber, so emptying that thing is completely simple. You just turn a wheel and done. Okay, so the goal here is to create a lot of hot volatiles and then unleash them into the chamber when we're ready. We're kinda there already, but batteries are being charged by solar. Want to toss some more volatiles in there. Is it pure volatiles? Yep, at least says that. Sure, that also. Wow, 10 megapascals and it's not even hot yet. 400 moles, that is like 4 oxygen bottles or something.
Jetpack critical.
200 mole and the thing is almost full. So that's 2 full canisters, you could say. This makes 2. Yeah, let's make 2. Gradually upgrading the solar array. Yeah, it's very slowly being emptied, which I think the computer should tell me in a clearer voice. But not now. So the indoor gas pipe thingy then, while this guy out there is being pumped empty, and while it's also pumping empty our batteries. Could be on the ceiling. No, that would be in the ceiling. It doesn't fly. Hey, what's going on? Oh, that stopped. I just observed clearly a bug. This thing should have been doing that the whole time. Guess who? These two, I'm putting up 2 solar panels and they are as far apart as possible. I mean, what's happening today? Everything is somehow perfectly ill-timed or whatever. The flow is just completely convoluted. I disagree. I didn't sign up for such a life. A better one. Oh, first world woes, right? Okay, you have no clue what you're talking about. But let's leave it at that.
Power low.
No! Yeah, it says here there's only volatiles in there, but I don't trust this. It might well be that there's still some trace gases which are just not visible here, but will factor into the calculation. I mean, I don't know if that actually happens. Maybe they protected the simulation from such things, but why risk it? There's only 60 pascals left. That's basically nothing. Maybe should have brought the coal, huh? The amount of energy that I'm pumping into this right now is ridiculous. But I mean, it's not like this is the only way to get something hot. it's just a straightforward push button, you install it and it works kind of way. Doesn't mean you should actually engineer like that. Lol. Lol lol lol. What did I want to do again? Yes. Cool. This is already degassed. At least should be. Most of it is even degassed twice. So I sent it through a furnace that was rather hot. I don't know how hot it has to be for proper degassing. Okay, save. Temperature high enough. Batteries low enough. Furnace not empty enough. God damn it, how long can this take? Really 10,000 watts? Huh. Yeah, why is the heating now slower than before? It's not just because I removed 2, but also because there's lots more gas in there. Oh, 44 megapascals already. Because it expands due to the, what's it called? Yeah, heat. This furnace is now supposedly evacuated. Therefore, we can now do the experiment. If it doesn't work like this, then I shouldn't bother with that cold shit, with that stuff at all. Because then it's just not worth any effort, no matter how I get to heating it. We'll wait a moment more, just in case there's still some crap in there that's not telling me about. And then I guess it's time to unleash the beast. If I open this valve now, and the temperature in here will not be the same as in here, or at least almost the same, then I will disagree with the entire fucking simulation. Aha, it seems to be hot. How is it getting colder this much? Could it be that the 710 kilojoules? Okay, how many K do we have? We need 950. Okay, we have enough K. Let's put that in then and see what happens. That didn't work. What's in there now? Volatiles. The temperature is nosediving. Why is it this cold? I mean, I've heard about the problem of insulating furnaces, but dude, why is it cooling this radically? That helps, but not much. We need 1 megapascal. And we need 1 megapascal, please. Oh, solid fuel hydrocarbon will come out there. It will even tell you. So it works. Pressure is high enough, temperature is high enough. What's the problem? Maybe I was too fast. Maybe spitting... Ah, the pressure is decreased. So I have to wait a bit for the pressure to increase again. Which makes me wonder, what if I wait before emptying that thing? Or does the pressure increase suddenly once it knows what it would be doing? No. Okay, maybe then I can stuff infinitely much in this and then open it, and then the pressure will suddenly decrease to a level that I don't give a fuck about because I'm done. That would be weird, and I would also deem that cheating. Oh man. Worked. Temperature is now 300. So yeah, that worked. We just cheated. Oh, by God, this whole assembly actually worked. We now have a hydrocarbon manufacturing system, which eats way too much electricity. But the only reasonable way that it can produce electricity here, heat, I mean, well, it eats electricity, but heat production that I would, well, I could fire up a furnace and use some a heat exchanger, for example. But why did it lose heat so strongly? Does it really have to be insulated? Is it the minus 12 degrees surrounding atmosphere? I mean, we just saw 700 kilojoules or 700 joules, I don't remember, being shed to the environment every moment. I guess that makes sense. I mean, I keep hearing of furnace insulation and I never give a fuck. Mostly because of the thought that what they're using there, yeah, I'm boxing it in and whatever you're doing, that sounds like they're cheating. It sounds like they are abusing quirks of the simulation. And that's the opposite. I mean, I'm here to enjoy the simulation, therefore trying to actively work against it in this way seems wrong to me. I guess I'm doing this all the time when I'm reaching through the wall, but it's a bit more of a cheat if you are actually saying, okay, let's build that furnace into that box, which will then magically blah 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 blah. Oh. Then just reaching through the wall instead of running around it every time. That's a different ball game. Yeah. Okay, that would have been 8 or so stacks of coal, and now they're not. And that was way too much work to make happen. But it works. Hooray! Yeah, I wanted to do this room heating thing. And over there we already have the AC, but also here we have the space to do that, and I'm unsure as to how to proceed. Maybe we should like ignore this room a bit. Actually, maybe I should try to increasingly ignore this room. As in, this was our starting base. Everything that needed to happen was being made to happen, but we need to build an actual station, and this would be the hub from which to go.
On Soma FM.
So let's do that pipe heating thing. This is AC. Okay, makes sense to place it right here. 1, 2, 3 pipe radiators. I still have some. Haha. Okay, not everything is shit today. Fuel gas, please. Don't have much of it, but should be enough for the test. Room temperature 21 degrees. Degrees. Okay, 12 degrees. Slowly increasing because I guess the room has some devices going on, and these are, by the way, not airtight. These are explicitly interior doors. And we have the sun shining in. Yeah, and some parts of the room are still warmer. Okay. So what happens then when I click this thing? Aha. Heat is increasing as fuck. Pressure, I mean. Heat also. The room is... Oh! We had like 13 degrees on average in the entire room. 15 degrees, it's increasing. That's doing a lot, man. That was so easy. This thing is really, really a much more effective room heater than these motherfuckers. And all that made possible by this guy. I mean, how else would you ignite the gas? With a furnace? Well... But how do we deal with the waste now? Stress, yeah. Well, there's some pollutant. I'm not sure. Maybe we're just in the right balance between pressure and temperature. I don't know really what's going on. Anyway, we heat the room now with this stuff that we had. This one was at 2.5 or so megapascals. I'm not sure, 2 point something. Now it's at 1.4, and all of that stuff, I mean half of it, burned in here. And the room rose from like 13 degrees to 19 degrees. This large room. And all it took was that. That's pretty cool. Interesting. convected negative should mean that it is being heated by the room, but that's bullshit. What's happening? It doesn't make sense. No, room is 90.7 pipes. Why is the pipe colder? Why is the pipe, the heating pipe that made the room hot, colder than the room? That's wicked, man. Let's see what happens if we do this again. Now the thing is polluted with crap, of course. Aha. Pressure is skyrocketing, so is the temperature. So I guess the fire went out in there. Too bad we can't see here whether that's happening. We can't see that there's like ignition going up. What's the word? Combustion going on in there. But as long as we have fuel, the combustion should continue, and afterwards then I guess probably not, because if there's nothing to burn, then nothing will burn. Seems to be logical. So once the volatiles are gone and or this, no more actual burning. And the room temperature has reached 25 degrees already. Yeah. Now let's pollute the room as fuck. And then depollute it. Hey, what am I doing? This is not a planned installation for forever, but I could just put a pipe here and out there, and with that then, and so forth, and so anything that would be liquid in there would just evaporate away. Not the dumbest idea. And who knows, maybe over time this thing will actually turn out to be relevant. I don't think so, but you never know. So this would then lend itself to some flow strategy in the long run. What do I put in my station in which place and such. This means it is condensing from gas, like raining down. And the wavy thing is the opposite, when it becomes from a liquid to a gas again. So that's the curved pipe. Then one more, maybe another one more. I have those. So I need like 3 or less insulated pipes. Yeah, why is the amount of liquid in there now increasing radically? Because the pressure has increased radically, that's why. And it's also getting colder and colder. Stress is increasing. We can reduce the stress by starting to build what I want to build anyway. Then one more, 2 more, I need 2 more. I need 2 insulated pipes. That's nice. These emergent situations where you can like ride the edge and then balance it and so forth. It's really fun to play with. So 2 insulated pipes and that guy. Alright, this is not a problem anymore because I have this guy here. So whatever goes in here as pollutant won't go through here because that's for liquids. And, well, pollutant is not a liquid unless it is liquefied. 2 insulated pipes, please. 2000 degrees, 60 degrees, descending. So what's again the phase change diagram of volatiles? If it becomes a liquid, we're gonna have stress. It would freeze solid at minus 188, as in, and here we're at minus 74 degrees, and we're talking 60 megapascals, and we're currently like, I don't know, 1 megapascal at the most. Yeah, so we don't have to fear that the volatiles in here become liquid. We can just ignore that whole setup as it is. $23 degrees. Fire, 24, 25, 20. Well, too bad you can't see heat in this game. That would be really something. Some kind of feeling of how hot it is. Guess I have to make my own at some point, huh? Not that I can, but... well, people say life's short. And with 70 or 80 or 19 years lifespan, I think that's pretty true. I mean, if you're really in the middle of it, then you have seen how long it took you to get there, and then you realize how short life really is. But I just think that life doesn't have to end. I think that is optional. And I think we will talk about that eventually in mankind. When you have become curious enough. So, the room has now been heated up to 26 degrees. We'll flip on the AC again, or I will just open the door and run the entire cooling now of both rooms with this makeshift thing instead. So is it working? It's not. What's happening? 9 megapascals. Oh, right. Okay, so the problem is this cooling here has been completely disabled by the fact that the station already has such high pressure. We have, I mean, if I would not consider this at some point, we would have 150 kilopascals, 190, and at some point the windows start to break and everything is destroyed. And so we need to consider that. And since the atmosphere isn't like too valuable, except if I throw around some water that I want to gather or something, we could just excrete that to the planet atmosphere automatically. How do we do that? Of course, we could go brute force and say we take an IC-10 microchip thingy and a pressure sensor, gas sensor, and an active vent, and we pump gas out, period. That is what we could do, and that's maybe the most reasonable approach, because the alternative is we use a back pressure regulator. That would then mean that one device, the back pressure regulator, is under power, which is 100 watts constantly, and then that is connected to a passive vent in here, and it will just make sure that the pressure in here never increases above, like, say, 98 kilopascals or something. And that would be easy. But then we would have these 100 watts. Instead, we could have, I guess, the 50 watts of an active vent while it's actually pumping stuff out there. Oh, it's also 100 watts, but only during that time then. And the chips, they are already running, and we already have the sensor. So instead of slapping a passive vent here and one thingy, I will just use an active vent to pump that out there. And when we're already doing that, I mean, I have over here, this was used to populate this room's air, and I could basically remove these completely. Such a thing could be here anyway in case we need more atmosphere instead of less. So I could do both, and just 3.5 more lines of code, or 4 maybe, because of rounding errors, would then just do both, you know? Fill it or empty it. And I like the idea. Therefore, duration of video so far is... where is that thingy? 3 hours. 3 hours is nothing. Nothing! Oh.
Store incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming.
Well?
Store incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming. Store. Store incoming. Store incoming. Store.
Anything we need to do terribly urgently out here? Don't think so. Yeah, see? It's yellow.
Store incoming.
Now whatever value is being read from this thing will be, I think, 0 or something.
Store incoming.
But now it's on again.
Store.
Yeah, the batteries are relatively empty. A storm incoming is a good thing. Nice. Finally we're getting some kind of flow in this room.
Store.
In this bitch. Inside of the bitch.
Store incoming. Store incoming.
Holy
Store
fat bits.
incoming. Store incoming. Store incoming.
I find it,
Store.
frankly, extremely
Store incoming.
stupid
Store incoming.
how
Store
in every video, even on YouTube,
incoming.
when someone says fuck or shit or cunt or asshole or some of that stuff, there's like beep 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 beep. What the fuck, man? Oh. It's still quite loud. I mean, today, for example, I checked out a few Bill Burr videos. Like one of the best comedians in the world. If you disagree, please explain yourself. Not the best, I didn't say that, and that's a stupid statement to make anyway. But it's definitely one of the best. And I mean, he says fuck a lot. And then, so that video was about him and showing some of his stuff. And then beep, 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 all the fucking time. I mean, dude, of course I commented on that. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? If you show me a video of Bill Burr and you beep out the fucks, you might as well not bother, okay? And I find that completely childish. I mean, yeah, speaking of which, maybe in a child's environment, you should take care of the language, but I mean, you might now say, well, children might stumble over these videos and then they're exposed to that. Yeah, dude, seriously, let's call children disabled people, just metaphorically. Of course, they're not disabled. But let's call them disabled people, while adults are not disabled. And let's not get into the whole topic of adulthood, because I believe there are about like 5 million adult people on this planet, the rest are children. Now, children would then, we could say, they are kind of disabled in that you have to take care of them, the environment, what they're exposed to, how they are treated, they are weak and need to be protected, all of that. So metaphorically, they are disabled people. Now, let's look at disabled people who cannot walk, that kind of disabled people. For those, we build ramps, and that's a good thing. Or lifts even. But whenever some policy is being put into place that effectively means that now everybody else is now also required to use the ramps, then that is wrong, period. Okay? So don't beep out the fucks, thank you. Because there's a storm incoming. I don't mean this storm, I mean a different one. You can't see it yet?
Incoming.
I can see it.
Storm. Incoming.
So it would be nice to be able to
Incoming.
turn that thing off
Store.
maybe, or adjust the
Incoming.
volume
Store.
with a switch down to something low,
Store. Incoming.
but that switch would have to be reset. So I would have to have a push button that toggles that thing from loud to not loud, and that is automatically then reset when the storm
Store.
is incoming.
Store.
Can we make that happen?
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Oh,
Store. Incoming.
the
Store.
volume is now 10%.
Incoming.
Still the same volume.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
See,
Store. Incoming.
the volume
Store.
set
Incoming.
by the logic
Store. Incoming.
is ignored. I will take the
Store.
screenshot,
Incoming. Store.
and after the
Incoming.
video I would have all those open
Store.
screenshots and then
Incoming.
post them in the bug forum.
Store. Incoming.
Um,
Store. Incoming.
so no, we cannot make that happen because of game bugs. Okay then.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
But I can turn that thing off with the switch.
Store.
I mean, I can
Incoming.
tell it to no longer say that.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Yeah,
Store. Incoming.
so we need a button.
Store. Incoming. 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 Store.
That's just the
Incoming.
kind of switch I'm talking about.
Store.
This is a
Incoming.
lever? No.
Store.
This
Incoming.
is okay. I can of course
Store.
set the
Incoming.
lever with logic.
Store. Incoming.
That would be possible. It's feasible.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Yeah, I should actually use a
Store.
lever so I can just see.
Incoming.
Oh shit! I've turned that off.
Store. Incoming.
I mean, which is not a danger
Store.
because
Incoming.
during this storm phase,
Store.
I am
Incoming.
aware, and the
Store.
next storm phase
Incoming.
would automatically
Store.
flip the lever.
Incoming.
if I
Store.
program that right,
Incoming.
which I will, of course.
Store. Incoming. Store.
Hunger
Incoming.
caution.
Store. Incoming. 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 Store. Incoming.
Okay, so the key problem that we have is, of course, not to turn that speech off using the switch. I mean, that's a joke to do, but the flow. So when there was a storm, and when there's a storm, and I don't want to be bothered with that speech anymore, I flip the lever so that it is sticking into the rooms, and then when there is no longer a storm, or when there's once again a storm, the this thing shall be switched to default again. Shall be switched off, so the speaker is on. Since we don't really have to care about the difference between now there's no storm and now there's a storm, but only between now there's a storm, so I flipped it like this, and wait. No, we should do that the safe way. Let's just say, for whatever stupid reason, I flipped that thing to deaf mode while we're not in this storm incoming warning situation.
You are listening
Yes,
to music from Synthera and Exosphere
yes, we are.
on Soma FM.
And then the storm begins, then I will still be deaf if I use just the switch over from Actually, no. Oh, okay, the solution is actually totally simple. Whenever there's no storm, then the lever shall just be switched to off, and whenever there's a storm, it shall not be switched to off or to on. It will just react to whether it's off or on. I mean, that is all very simple. So let's first make happen that the switch is well, it's switched. To test that, SBN. I'm not sure if open is the right way to do it, but
Storm incoming.
it is.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
So we've just turned that thing on. So if there is no storm, the light shall be switched off, the speaker shall be switched off, and the switch shall be switched to close. Here I will load into register R0, which seems to be not occupied. Yes, it isn't. From the switch, whether it is open. If it is open, I will just skip this whole speaker thing, so that's really simple. Branch if not equal to 0, R0 storm done. That should be the entire thing.
Storm incoming.
Oh.
Storm incoming.
Oh, nix. Oh, it's working.
Storm incoming.
So I'm aware now, and once the storm has been there and is gone again, then... Oh, by the way! Yeah, storm incoming. There was more. I wanted to see what value we get on the thingy here. What value is being shown? Aha! Here we see seconds until storm. It's like 6 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 times 6 is 24. Yeah, 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes. So we could show some kind of countdown in the form of minutes. Or a seconds countdown. Where would I put that thing? There's not much space left. But wanna do that. Wanna do, will do. LE, no, console. Console. I wonder what happens when there's a storm. Will this value already be 0? I mean, that makes sense, right? Which means that the storm incoming thing would then be over. There would no longer be the warning, and the flashing thingy would no longer happen, is my assumption. Anyway, we would be in a special phase that I can somehow determine. As in, this thing would be 0, or whatever. What I'm saying is, maybe I can say, here we have the duration until storm. There it is. That's the next weather event time. I want to keep that. So, alias. So now we have the time until storm. And then I can go down here and say that I do not want to skip the storm warning in the last 10 seconds. I can't turn it off. And that can also be easy made to happen, because I can just skip these two lines. Here I'm reading whether the switch is open, and here I'm saying I jump elsewhere if the switch is open. I will just jump over these two. Do not skip storm warning. Oh, wait, I could, since it's only 2 lines, I could just branch relative. That makes more sense. And when do I do that? This is in seconds, so branch relative. 10 seconds? Yeah. Branch relative if less than or equal. So branch relative less than or equal time until less than or equal 10, let's say 15, by 2 lines. 1, 2, that's wrong, 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. So we end up here. So the storm done switch will no longer kick in. Then we need the countdown thingy, which I might not be able to make happen before this storm hits. Probably not. Then this thing needs a name. Structure, console, LED 5. Ah. This will actually work. Once we have the time, I can immediately write that on that thing. SDB setting, yeah. When will they fix this stupid bug? I mean, I delete the last character here, and this also deletes the next line. Hello? When is that not wrong? Export. Okay, there we can see the countdown. I can also round that if I don't like this, like it like this. Move R0 time until round into register R0 from the source register R0. Export. Yep. So in a few seconds we should hear that the storm is incoming.
Storm incoming.
Hello.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm
What?
incoming. Storm incoming.
Ah. Perfect. It's perfect. Nice. So let's close this up. The goal is to get air from the outside, or maybe towards the outside if need be. Towards the outside, let's say I want to put the active vent on the outside, because see, when this thing sucks from a pipe towards the outside, wherever the outside is, could be the Martian atmosphere where I want to put it, or in the room here, then the pipe itself needs to basically refill. If the pipe's only a short thing like this thing needs to wait until the room has vomited some more air into it,
Waste tank caution.
and so the active vent will not be able to do much. So if I want to vent station air to the outside, it's reasonable to do it like this, because how fast do I really have to do that? It can slowly happen, not a problem. But on the other hand, when I'm pumping indoors, then I mean the Martian atmosphere, it has low pressure as it is. I don't know if it really makes a difference, but I think it does. I believe experience showed that it does. One moment. That will be an adventure, cabling-wise. Let's try to do the cable first. And... oh, no flashing. Oh, right, because the cable is dead. It's not going anywhere. The climate controller still has a few lines left since I split that source code in multiple chips. Cool shadow. Okay, so let's measure the station pressure and then do something about it so that our cooling system can work again. Interesting, why is the temperature not increasing further? I don't know. Is there possibly some leaking somewhere? Did I install something in a way that it would touch the Martian atmosphere and would thus be cooled during the night? I mean, I would have expected to be... oh, here. But I think that doesn't matter because right now there's just Martian atmosphere in there. There's no connection. This thing insulates. Or does it? The Martian atmosphere gets in here. Oh, that is actually not insulated. I could do that from the indoors since I can reach the respective pipe. Let's do that. But I don't think that was actually relevant. It's one small piece of pipe. Shouldn't have that much effect. What I'm saying is I expected the temperature of the station to be a bit higher since our cooling system no longer works because the pressure is too high in the pipe and the logic has been defined to consider it like this. Still all that dirt in there. Would be interesting if I could increase the pressure in this pipe without pumping gas in it. Of course that's not possible, that's the meaning of pressure. But then I could liquefy the pollutant and just forget about it because it would bleed out into the atmosphere. Wonder if I should add an active vent to this thing so that I can increase the pressure so the pollution is gone, and afterwards I pump whatever's in there back into the room, and then we have some additional atmosphere. That sounds like an experiment worth pursuing, and therefore, let's do that right now. I should always have a stack of active vents lying around, huh? In a way. Yeah, my keyboard should Should maybe get a new one. This one's still fine, but some keys are really unreadable by now. Suck away from the room and start doing so. Pollutant is liquefying, pressure is increasing. Guess we can stop already. See the moles of condensing or even gaseous. There's nothing gaseous any longer. Yeah, it's still gaseous, but it's the process of changing. Pollutant is decreasing and the liquid one is increasing. And then it's also decreasing because it's just bleeding into the atmosphere out there. Where we don't care, for it's just the planet, who cares? And gone. And that's it. Let's suck back into the room. Wait, what's happening? Ah, yeah. Okay, the room. Hilariously, that is the problem we wanted to work on anyway, which is the overpressure of the station. So let's deal with that then. Climate. Import. Do we already have an active vent here? I think not. Oh, we do? Yes, of course, the cooling vents. Stupid me. Define ins vent press. So... this should be a range again, so this thing doesn't turn on and off the whole time. Then again, yes, I would like it to turn on and off the whole time, because then it tells me, dude, something's happening here, and then I can turn my head and measure and become aware, so the cluck cluck is actually useful. Where is the gas sensor? Temp in, press pipe. How about alias press in? Now we have the pressure. There. Of course, there's no undo function. Yeah, I know there's escape, which undoes change to the current line. However, the first time I do this, the entire editor session will be closed with cancel without confirmation, and all changes will be lost. That's another bug they haven't yet fixed. Ins vent press. What is even happening here? Cooling, heating, what's this? Move temp into R0, subtract 20. Alright, that's the graph. where's the gas sensor? No, where's the pressure? Press in, I guess. Press in. So, right into register R0. If the pressure indoors is greater than kilopascals. 95 kilopascals shall be the limit, or so we say 98. 98. That's it. Oh, right. I have to set the direction. And I have to say SBN. Suck from the indoors to the outside. Pump something to the room where the active vent is. That is mode 0. Do you see the air streaming? The thing has been turned on. Which means that the room should eventually get colder, because this guy will kick in again, because this guy can finally empty that pipe, which currently it can't. This is very slow, but I mean the pressure changes in the station overall are very slow also, so this is not a problem. This is just an extreme situation which normally doesn't occur. Okay, where were we? Let's see, what does the agenda say? Station overpressure, dealt with. We made the brick. Hydrocarbon. I want to fill the solar array room with atmosphere from the planet. Filtered though, I don't want any and all dirt in there. I have tried to heat the room with the igniter in the pipe. That actually works very, very well. Yeah, pressure decreasing. So I guess I'm gonna do that thing with the solar array room now, and I don't know, maybe I will think of something else and then it's the end for today. Could basically also make a stack of these, but they're rather expensive. I'm not there yet. So, what atmosphere do I want in there? CO2? No. Oxygen is least fickle of the gases that Mars has to offer, so it shall be oxygen. Oh, wait, that was not the best approach. Then what would I do? This guy has to be dealt with. Oh, right. Maybe making fuel gas. That would be an interesting thing to do. I mean, I did this already in another video, of course, but yeah, should be done in a proper way. But which way will I go? Will I just throw it together so that it works? Or will I go all the way and have tanks with shit in them? Well, I'm currently envisioning 2 crushers which go towards a pipe each, which have some inline tank like this, of course, for gas, each which are are then connected to some mixer, but a manual mixer, because I rather do my gas mixing myself, because depending on temperature, the mixer will not actually uphold set values. There's some math to make that happen, then to adjust the mixer accordingly, but I don't like that. I rather brute force it by checking what is the target mixture and then adjusting some pumps or whatever. That's how I prefer it. Then I would just fill this kind of reservoir with 1, 2 or 3 or whatever stacks until it's kind of at this limit, and then from there I could draw for a while instead of having some large tanks. So that could be a setup with 2 crushers. I'm not sure. This is a possibility. I could draw from the planet atmosphere with a passive vent. That should be sufficient, since the thing can run for whatever while, I don't care. But I think that I should have an extra station battery inside the solar array room. How full are these ones? Copper, steel. 500 steel, 500 steel, 500 steel, 500 steel, and 30 steel. I wish there was another 500. But anyway, we cannot just toss a whole stack of steel into a manufactory, it doesn't matter anymore. Currently. And then some copper? No, that's too much. A passive vent. Then again, don't I still have that stuff over there? Yeah, there's a passive vent. There's even an active vent. Cables. Filtration. So I would need another passive vent actually, but I'd like to have a white one. I mean, at least the same color, you know. It's just spray painted now, doesn't matter. What does the pollution say? We still have pollutant in here, that's interesting. Did I turn this guy off? No, it's still running. And it's still producing liquefied pollutant. But we're talking millimoles here. So the thing becomes less and less efficient, the less pollutant we have in the atmosphere, obviously. This is not, I mean, the right way this should actually be done normally is, let's say, over here we have some kind of overpressure protection thing which sucks the room empty down to like 95. And over here in the other end we have something that makes sure that the room has 98 or so kilopascals, so we would have a constant draft. Meaning the entire room would be moving over here slowly. There would be a drift that has been established. And then here we would also do our pollutant cleaning. Not just in some arbitrary willy-nilly space that will never be touched, for example, by this block of air or something. Yeah. Probably forgot some. Doesn't matter. And it's full again. So the little bit of electricity that is not piped out here but goes here has actually charged this. For whatever reason, only very little arrives here. I don't know why that is. I actually want to keep these. Because if there's some crap in here that I want to get rid of, then I can still say, you know, evacuate the whole fucking room. It seems a bit dumb to do it like this.
Hunger critical.
So, one, we need another passive vent. No, this is the passive vent. We need 2 passive vents, yes. From the outside towards the outside as waste gas. And no active vent whatsoever. And a third one to release it into the indoors. Om nom nom. Aha, I have been eating potatoes this whole time, but now from one time eating, though the hunger was critical, so that was substantial, we are now up to 3 stars. It's telling me here that I should take a shower. Let's do that. Let's take a shower. Oh, by the way, I have observed something. I don't know if it's said that during the video or if that only if I only realized that afterwards. I think afterwards. Okay, here is the pipe. Here comes the dirt water that goes into the cleaning thing here from the side, and here is an extension of that. So here I can see the dirt water side.
Exosphere, the dark side of Synthera.
And this is the clean water, which also goes to our drinking... force of habit. To our drinking fountain, which I will here utilize. Excuse me? Water is unfit for drinking. There's pollutant in there. Oh, thank you for saving me, otherwise I would have drunk some pollutant. So that is open via this to the atmosphere. Wonder if this now works. It doesn't, water is polluted. Okay, we have to wait until this is clean. No shower for us right now. Anyway, and what I have observed is, if I stand here in this room, in this place, with my spacesuit on, and I turn this thing on, the water will of course go in here, but what goes in here will not be polluted water, it will be clean water. And when I stand over here still and take off my helmet and suit, I haven't yet checked whether only suit or only helmet, then what goes into here will be polluted water. Now talk about a simplistic implementation. I hope this will be sophisticated a bit later. So, I want 2 more active vents, passive vents. Ah, look at that! Station pressure, 95 kilopascals. And it's cooling again. Good timing. Yeah, too bad these points that are flying out there in the atmosphere don't mean much, because the implementation of these moving dots of air is a bit... it needs to be changed. Because often enough you will see air streaming from here, into the glass, through the glass, even though it's not. It's just, you know, it started moving here, so it moves here. Or the dot started moving here, so it moves there, beyond the glass. That's, I think, how they implemented this. And so you always get the impression as if there's some leak going on, which it's not. So our cooling is working again, because the pressure is no longer too high. And this thing should be turning on and off the whole time, but why do I not hear this? That's weird. Shouldn't I hear this thing clack clack all the time? Huh. Anyway, 2 passive vents, and I will check on that thing from the outside. Oh. Still pumping, I see. So this stays. Then I want there to be a passive vent out here. And I realize there's also insulated passive vents. What temperature do I aim to achieve in there? Doesn't really matter. If I suck in nighttime atmosphere, during the day the sun will heat this up. So I don't even know if the glasses allow temperature bleed. Actually I'm pretty sure that they don't. So these glasses, or normal glass, which we have over there in the station, you know, when we started to build that from the start with the simple stuff, does not allow thermal energy to penetrate, except of course if the sun shines in. If the surface in there is lit by sunlight, then this surface will make that respective world block warmer. That is how that works. But I have seen very recently, like 1 week ago, Dean Hall, Rocket CEO himself, say in the Discord chat that there will be. It was a reply to someone asking about thermal energy bleed between. Through stuff like this, and he said, yeah, that is coming. So at some point there will be thermal energy exchange between this space and that space. So get ready for that. Mentally, and then not. So, in other words, if I now put some atmosphere in there, then even if it's nighttime atmosphere at minus 40 or whatever degrees, then during the day this will heat up, and eventually would have like 2000 degrees in here, there, and the cables auto-ignite and everything burns. Is the hypothesis, but I think we will check back into that room often enough to see that development and to be able to take measures. I guess maybe it is key to playing this game successfully and to having fun with it is to get some feel for its flow, for how it behaves, so you can just be calm about it, relaxed. Because I mean, you play this for relaxation, right? Absolutely evacuated. So I want to pump in using a kit atmospherics, filtration, but how? This way, for example? Uh-huh. No. And And once again, I did not click anywhere that should make this thing fall to the ground, so there's some kind of bug here. Still, I hold that this game is least buggy of basically all the games there are, if you consider the depth of what this is doing. So here we have the logic connector to actually my chip indoors in the station, like the heart of my logic systems, and I could connect that to this battery, actually. And why not? But let's first solve the electricity, of course. The sun is already coming up. Okay, good thing. I mean, I'm not done here, but we are not wasting the energy that's coming in. Good to know. How do we continue from here? This is too close. I know, I had this before. So now this thing should basically always be charged in full. Ever and always. So we can just leave this thing on, and we can therefore finally close this shit. And this battery should basically always be empty, unless these are completely full. Actually, yeah, I haven't yet connected it. Yeah, of course. So let's do that then, see what happens. Should be sucked dry completely, I think. Oh. The cable just exploded. Why? That usually happens if you connect that which goes to the outside with the inside. And I think I know why. No, I don't. I thought I had already connected the logic, but no, that's completely it doesn't matter. What's happening here? Why did this happen? Why did that cable blow? So that's not right. Did I just blow another cable in here, maybe? Input. Output. Why is that a problem? Why does the battery have a problem if I put a lot of load on it? That's never a problem. I don't get it. I'm pretty sure that we don't have 100,000 watts going through this cable. So why is that guy dying every time? I mean, the only reasonable way it can happen is that this side is connected to this side, but it's not, or is it? What's happening?
Air tank low.
Why did the cable blow multiple times? And why is it not blowing now? I mean, that's even more spooky. Did some other it's still charging. It's not being discharged. Fuck. We have a problem. And I don't have an explanation. I mean, it will probably be one of those, oh, of course, moments, but I don't see it. Really not. Glorious. I cannot see if there's a cable underneath. What energy is coming in? 21 watts, but from which one? From all of these, or has a cable burned out here? I mean, is anything damaged now? Is the battery over there being discharged or not?
Hydration critical.
I mean, apparently it's not being discharged. Why? Well, okay, there's the so-called cable network analyzer. I guess we need this guy. Maybe it helps. Pressure, 90 kilopascal. 90? Yeah, it's probably because the airlock was closed. I don't think it's still pumping to the Martian atmosphere. No more pressure in here. Temperature a bit high. Yeah, during the day, I know. Damn it, crap, what is happening? So, solid fuel generator, upright wind turbine, station battery, station battery, station battery. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I can see it here. We had a cable burn out, but why? How can a cable over here burn up? Oh. Oh, I understand. Yes, of course. Okay, okay. See, the thing is, the battery can be charged with arbitrarily high speed, but it can also discharge with arbitrarily high speed. And what's happening here is that we have our station, and these batteries, they want to be charged. The moment I connect that, they want to be charged with arbitrarily high speed, and this cable is not rated for arbitrarily high, but for 100,000 watts. So that's what's going on. We have to put a transformer between that. Or two even. If we want to make sure that we can draw 100,000 watts. Two in parallel. Yep, that's what's going on. Now I can. Oh, come on. No, now I can't use the cable trick because first I have to kill that cable, but I can't get to it. This is just shit, man. That is usability-wise just dog shit. Oh, okay. Damn it! I forgot to switch that off. Hilarious. And the battery is now completely empty. Why? Well, I guess nothing bad happened to the battery, but the entire... I guess the electricity went through here. Oh, weren't they somewhat discharged a sec before? Dude! Insta-charge, not bad. This battery is in charge now. No. The damage can only have happened on this general circuit. Everything beyond is fair game. Yeah, that's alright.
Power low.
What?
Air tank critical.
Transformers, 2 large ones, please. Where will I place them? Oh, I have no idea. It seems like I will not have enough space. Will not have enough space to do that. No, not the small ones.
Oxygen low.
Large. Yeah, why is the oxygen low? What is the air mixture doing, by the way? I don't have a display for that yet. Okay. But the mixture is fine for everything, but we should need to consider that. And so that I do so, I will now also make 2 LEDs, or 3 even, for the entire mixture. No, only 1. I will make 1 LED and then it will switch over between what it is showing. Oxygen, nitrogen and the other stuff. More steel. Ha ha ha. Yeah, 500 steel. Have fun. Which means we need to make 3 consoles. There should be some kind of to-do stack here somewhere. Or I just toss them right here. Ah, this is... I would come across this a lot. And this is so in the way. Do I have enough heavy cables? Maybe not. Let's take some more. Now it's cooling again. And now it works again. And is the station pressure decreasing and decreasing? No. This thing is indeed properly automated. Nice. Maybe I should have drunk something. Drunk. Yeah, drunk. Maybe I should have drunk some. So I need to connect that station battery to 2 parallel transformers. And I have no clue where the fuck to place them, but we could put this thing on this side of the glass, so that's feasible. Lines change. Actually, I thought I left so much space out here by putting them back here, but no, now we'll run out of space. Hill areas. Can I maybe pipe this cable not here, but over here? Yeah, that's feasible. Let's do that then. So here I come in, then there's some space here, the transformer. So I want to put them not in this room because there's supposed to be solar panels here. Where can I put them? How large are they really? Is what she said. No, that's what he said, I guess. So that would be the input side. And then both of that goes combined to one cable on the outside. Didn't I make two? I did. Input. Yeah, I will just remove this. This is maybe not wrong, but out of place. Damn. Oh, I'm thirsty. So, how high can I set them? No, I don't want to rename it, I want to set it. It is now set to 50,000, which is not the right setting. I mean, if I set both of them to maximum, then they can draw together 100,000 watts, but the transformers themselves also use some electricity. I've never been in that situation where that would actually be relevant, but let's see, how much energy does a large transformer use? 10 watts. So then we would be slightly above 100,000. Should I reduce this by 1,000 watts each? That's overkill. 49900 sounds reasonable. So both transformers are lit. These batteries should now be recharged. Actually, they should be recharged very fast, very visibly. Yeah, no, the battery is already empty. Now I want to see what that's like. So let's cut a cable in here, let that battery charge, and then connect the cable and see what happens. I want to see that in action. Never seen that in over 1,000 hours. So that's a lot of hours to not see that. I don't have anything to drink on me. Okay, so this is where it sucks in the atmosphere. Here we'll have a station battery, which is the buffer, which gathers all that stuff, and it's already doing so. At what rate? Currently making what amount of electricity? Where can we best place this? In the air? No, I can walk through this, but I cannot walk through that, I think. Yeah, 7.5 kilowatts, that makes sense. But let's calculate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15 divided by 2 is 7.5. And that's roughly what we're getting. Alright. Yep. So this thing's being charged, we can see that. Was at red, now it's yellow already. So here we have these guys, and there we have those batteries. And so theoretically, if the moment I put that cable there, you would see an immediate transfer of, I'm not doing this now, just in a minute, an immediate transfer of all of that, or almost immediate, to there. I want to see that. Okay, so this is the electricity that we're working with in this room.
Health low.
75%. Now it's being charged, okay. Didn't I have area power controller? I could put that in between these two and just make it a permanent thing. There's the APC. Yeah, let's just do it. Why not? I think, pretty sure it's turned off by default. So now we can do that willy-nilly, arbitrarily. Let's do it. Let's turn it on. Discharged quickly. The reason that we don't quite see a response over there is probably that both batteries are being charged. I mean, both that are not full. Though, I suspect that for whatever reason another cable burned out. And we're just not seeing that from here. I would think that the battery needs to be discharged faster. So this cable analyzer is saying we need like 800 watts. You can see this is decreasing and decreasing as in the battery is getting more and more full. So the battery is currently not being discharged. And it's somewhere a cable must have burnt out. I don't get it. What's happening? Good thing I still have the cable analyzer. Let's drink some. So, what do we have here? We have 10, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 upright wind turbines. Are they all here? Yep, they're all here. Up to 9 and then another. Then we have the solid fuel generator. And that's it. It's pointed at this cable here. And then we see we have a transformer. And pointed here, we have the wind turbines. Oh, the cable burned out here, but why? Why would it burn out? This cable is rated for 100,000. This doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm cutting it too close with this setting. So let's lose 2000 watts potential throughput and fix this shit. Man, this sucks. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Okay, it did something, but then I guess it stopped again. No, it's still doing, So I don't know what that was. Maybe it's even a simulation error. Oh, okay, it worked. Maybe it's even a simulation error. The negotiation between the consumer and the supplier, and then this close to maximum setting that we had there. Interesting. This one is currently not under load. The load is coming from here. It's even realistic. I mean, energy would flow the shortest way if it can. But that's random, I guess. So, this seems to be working again. Annoying! So where was I? This is our electricity buffer stuffs. Here we have the battery as our supplier. And now I want the kit atmospherics to be run by that. Great. I probably just made an AC once. Filtration! It's a filtration! What happened? A miracle. This must be enough for the night. I want to do this thing again during the next day. It's too iffy. I want to see how reliable it is. So charge it in full, switch it on, and observe. That's the idea. Maybe the problem is even in the simulation regarding switching something on, but no, I just have to try. Okay, so the waste gas would go back out here. Everything that is not oxygen. We get our this will pump into this room, or respectively to Mars.
Power low.
Interesting. I said it is like a pipe, but apparently it's not like a straight pipe. Else that cable would have worked in that place. Maybe I should put a chip in so it doesn't overpressurize the room. And now we can run this thing. Network analyzer. Yeah, maybe I should switch this on. Very slow. Which was to be expected. Oh, the battery is being sucked dry. Why is this thing discharging? It also gets its electricity from the battery. Why is it discharging? Do we have some cable burnout underneath here? No, we don't. Oh, yes, we do. What the fuck? And that's why you want to use things that prevent burnout, like transformers, which they should have. I don't know why that happened. I mean, the most recent burnouts, the ones before were fair game. Now it's green. Okay. So, gas pressure. 1 Pascal already. Considering that we want to achieve like 50 or more kilopascals, this is gonna take some time. And some battery. Could of course give this thing electricity from a different source, but no. Once again, no gold. I managed to make it even more cumbersome to use this. But that switch was awesome. How that worked, everything right away. That's the way it's supposed to be. Slow. Minus 50 degrees outside and it's still doing this little. I mean, I prefer doing it like this than using an AC, because an AC is like you slap it down, you push a button, things get cold. But this is using physics of the simulation, I prefer that. Damn. Yeah, I find it... Yeah, what is the current mood level though? I mean, it would be nice if there was some more information about this. It's still a new development, you can't expect it to be fully round. Well-rounded. Oh, their battery is empty. No power. Mars without power. Yo, that should be it. That should protect the thing from overpressurizing the room. We're loading the output pressure of the filtration unit into the register. Then we are turning that into a logic statement. We're saying less than. If the pressure is less than 80,000 kilopascals, which is 80 megapascals, whoops. So if it's less than 80 kilopascals, then the outcome shall be 1. And in this case, the mode shall be 1, as in keep doing your thing. Yep. So we can now... Oh, export. That's kind of relevant. So we can now keep this thing running without monitoring it. So here we can see the electricity situation here, which is we would have to supply 3.6 megawatts. As you remember, 360000 whatever is what this thing can store. Why do we have wattage coming in when there's no sun whatsoever? Why do the solar panels produce electricity right now? And why is this one producing but this one isn't? Oh, is it because I'm nearby or something? Don't tell me it's the flashlight, because I don't think so. That's actually a way to find out. Because there's now a new flashlight in the game. Guess I should keep this open. And we will now use it. So I can see if there will be a difference. Maybe it's already too early in the morning. Ah, shit. But okay, I will place it in a box there, so at some point we can make that experiment. One of the 10,000 future videos would be in the tool thing, right? And the flashlight is relatively cool, except you're using a hand. And gold. Man, I really need to get that gold problem sorted. Sure, why not? Well, it's an astronaut's flashlight, so it's not a little flea fart or something, but it really kicks ass. So let's turn off the light, mine at least, and turn it on. If my personal light would have any influence, and which I don't believe in, the solar panels, then we should actually be able to increase the output of a solar panel while standing in front of it. I mean, even during the day. Coincidence. No difference. Oh, that's also cool. We can just place it somewhere as a work light. A directional work light, a spot. That is cool, man. Didn't even realize that my flashlight, that my light was not on. Meanwhile. And after all this, how empty is the large battery? 98. Is this still running? If you use a portable light, which is the thing on the stand that you can put in the room which shines in all directions, is rather bright and far-reaching, then you can put that in your inventory and you will be carrying that around, but everything will have the same brightness, so the lighting itself will no longer be a factor. You will just, wherever you are, the world is bright, so you won't care much. Aha, okay, so electricity is going down, so that is indeed still shining while it's in my inventory. Maybe it's... Well, I can't see anything. Don't know what's going on there. I will put that here. Battery is charging. And how much is going through here? 0, of course. 98,000 watts needed. Damn, the batteries are relatively full. We'll turn this on. I will just run the heater thingy for a moment, so that we get some more visual difference. Still over 1,000 degrees after all this time. Hey? What? Didn't I just point it at something and saw 1,000? I did so, didn't I? Now I see 364. Could it be there's some kind of atmospherics bug in here? That it wasn't updated unless I gave it a reason to? Man. Okay, let's take a screenshot of this. So later I remember to check that part of the video. How empty is this thing? Temperature is fine. Yeah, leave it like this. Okay, enough for this. And let's switch things on again. Save and check. Okay, the cable burned out. We just had cable burnout again. How? How can there be cable burnout? This to me must be a bug. I don't get it. I mean, these two guys make sure, we have seen that here, that the maximum we would draw is 98 kilowatts. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't it say 98? Where did it say that? Was that here? No, that is before the battery. After the battery, I saw 98. I remember that. Has that changed because the cable now has been burned out here? I don't get it. I mean, parallel should work. Seriously, I have to ask in the forums about this. This is beyond me. I don't know what this is. Why this is. And of course, we have to use the stupid cable network analyzer again. Maybe I should make an extra tablet for this one. So, is everything still connected? Filtration, transformer, APC, okay. Filtration is running. Room is filling slowly, I would assume. 0 kilopascals still? Oh, this will take eons. Good thing we don't give a fuck. So the APC is still connected, then I will ignore this. And what's going on the outside? Can I still see the transformers from here? Yep. One of the transformers is unpowered. I guess it detects that it is not needed and so it doesn't run. And that's what looks like unpowered then. But you saw that, didn't you? I mean, what the fuck, man? This is set to 49 and this is set to 49, which is overall less than 100,000. And the heavy cable can take up to 100,000. Therefore, the load on... Oh, I have an idea. Yes, of course, that makes sense. This one and that one together, I get it. Okay, see, this battery here can also draw arbitrarily much electricity. Until it's full, of course. And we have this atmospherics thing going on. So overall, we're drawing like, well, almost 100,000. Plus this thing, which is currently... can't really tell. If I could turn these guys off from here, I could say that. Oh, I can? No, I can't. That was probably it. I mean, the overall load was just higher than was reasonable for the cable. Dude, I'm almost done. Can we continue with the music, please? Thank you. So let's just be very conservative and give it a 10,000 watts headroom, so that if that, what I just said, was the reason, can no longer happen. So the next day we would have another test. Anything else to be done here? This is on. This is pumping into the room. The station batteries are full, probably sometimes empty. Let's see, what I'm seeing here, the load, actual 176, should actually be the load of the entire station. But it's higher here. Why? Who knows? Whatever. Yes, I could also make an advanced tablet, but for whatever fucked up reason, even after all this time, Rocketworks has still not gotten around to implementing a hotkey, which they want to do at some point, to swap the two. I mean, the advanced tablet has 2 chips and you can swap them. You can just switch which one is currently active. But the only way to do that now is to call for this panel, which you didn't see here. And then there's a toggle button. That kind of defeats the purpose. No! Ah, man, I don't want to pollute that shit. Ah, always one thought faster than my action, or the other way around. And no battery. Glorious. You have no battery in there. Well thought out plan. And I guess now we have reached the end of today's video. Short look around. Pressure is fine. Water reserves are fine. Mood is not fine. Temperature is fine. To-do list. That should also be dealt with somehow. That was cool, right? This heating thing. Oh, yes, I wanted to make use of that. Pump it into the station. The overall station pressure changes from time to time because when the airlock cycles, yeah, that's one entire world box of like 100 kilopascals, which are added or subtracted. Still polluted? No. Oh, we can take that shower. Yeah, so let's take a shower and go to bed. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's not ideal. Good night.